Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. I think we are peaking the mic a little bit here. I don't know what's going on, but it seems very loud. I'm just about to up. Hello? Are we back? We're still very loud though, aren't we? Let me just check the settings on this thing. Yeah, it's at... Okay, how is that? Is that a lot better? Hello? Hello? Usually I think I go to like here. Maybe even like here. Hello? Is that much better? Usually I think I'm actually quite quiet, aren't I? Like the mic doesn't super pick me up, but that sounds good. Okay, my own eardrums were also blown out by that, I think. All right, can I save this? Okay, it saved it. Sweet, hello. Okay, welcome back to another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we are working on more Insignia dev. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat, on Twitch and on YouTube, who happen to be lurking. Welcome. What can I say? Big thanks also to MC Thugha for the most recent follow. And Nanmu for the most recent subscription. Welcome, Nanmu. Thank you so much. Okay. So, what can be said about what we're doing today? Normally we would have meetings today, but teams kind of moving on and wrapping up a little bit with their contracts for now. So it's mostly just back to me. I think we will still have music review a bit later on. Where were we yesterday? I can't even remember what task we were doing 2 days ago, not yesterday. It's Thursday today. I don't remember. Sup. We were working on the dive. That's right. I was animating it. That's right. Thank you so much, Eyes. So, Armin, plunge. Very good. We can get back to that. I'd be happy to. I'm kind of feeling a little introverted today. Well, that's pretty cool. Not quite right, but it's almost there. Yeah, feeling a little introverted today. I don't know, just kind of a little down. I think I haven't been sleeping that well last night or the night before. And just been, I don't know if you guys ever get this. Maybe you don't if you're not like game developers or content creators, but like sometimes I just get this like overwhelming sense of like just wanting to be invisible, if you know what I mean. And yeah, it's just an unfortunate feeling of like not being happy with the, I guess, what I'm being exposed to just in general, like a lot of like criticism or like judgment, or it's not like anyone's fault. It's just like the way this kind of thing works. You know, when you make public things for a living, people give their opinions on it, and you sort of just get a bit, I don't know, you just get a bit sensitive to it. I am not desensitized from negative sentiment. If I get negative sentiment come my way, it hurts me. So, you know, it's nobody's fault. In fact, I'm asking for it. I'm asking for the feedback that people have for me. It's just I'm so sensitive to it as well, and I don't really know how to solve that. I think that's just, yeah, like I said, I think it's just the way that it is. I think this hand here maybe needs to be more like this. Not sure having it wing out like that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it's tough. Like, it's really not... I don't know what to do about it, really. I sort of just have to accept it. Yeah, some sort of buffer. That's a good idea. I just can't, like... I think like the human brain is just not designed to like hear like a lot of negativity, or like just any negativity that's, what's the word, that is unsolicited or not part of like a broader, I don't know, like if someone goes, I don't like this because of this, like it's very easy. I think we have a disproportionate relationship with negative feedback. I think giving it, we love to give it. Humans love to give negative feedback. Receiving it, it's like, oh my gosh, so much harder to receive negative feedback. I think we have a negativity bias. Trying to think, if I was this guy, right, let's say I'm holding it up, right, because it's the same as down, except up is easier for me to do when I'm sitting on the chair. This is the natural pose, right? The back arm is fine. It's actually just the front arm that's no good. And the reason why is mostly because this V, let's just take a screenshot. I think it's that this is where his shoulder is, and this V is technically right, but it's very awkward to go that far out. The shoulder wants to rotate in a lot more towards, I'm facing this way. You can't, this shoulder cannot be right of the head. It has to be left of the head. I think that's my issue. Which basically means, because this shoulder and this shoulder are locked, maybe what it means is that I have to rotate this shoulder this way and this shoulder this way. Sorry, other way around. This one that way and this one that way. Maybe? I'm not actually sure about that. Wish I had a camera above me right now. I can feel it though. I can feel what it needs to look like. Yeah, I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think this shoulder needs to be like all the way over here. And this arm can basically just go. Yeah, I think it's also hard. You know what it is about anonymous feedback that's really difficult? It's the fact that you can't source. It's the anonymity of it. It's the fact that you can't. You don't have any way of appraising how much that feedback is supposed to mean to you, because it's coming from a place that has no context. So you can't say, "Oh yeah, no, that's fine," because that person's not part of my target audience, or that person's literally 14 and they don't know what they're talking about, or you can't really do any of that. You sort of just have to go, well, an unknown person spent the time writing this to me, so I should probably take it pretty seriously. That's better. Yeah. It's not anything in particular. It's just like some of it is just sentiments from like things I've been feeling internally. Some of it is like actual feedback I got given recently. Some of it's just like to do with different things in different, not even the same like subject matter. Some of it's about like contract work that I'm doing, or like other things. Yeah, just like totally different things that just like my brain interprets as just like resistance. Yo, I'm gonna take a really quick break. I think I got some lunch here, so I'll be right back. 1 sec. All right. I've got like a whole banh mi to eat. Should I eat it off stream? Maybe I'll just eat it off stream. I think that might be better. If I eat it here, you're just gonna hear me chewing for like 5 minutes. So I'll be back. We're back. Yeah, I think I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed at the moment. And that's no one's fault. Jagandi, thanks for the follow. It's just the way it is, really. Hey, welcome. How long did it take me to get good at pixel art? It's a really, really difficult question to answer because good changes consistently. I think it really depends on your expectations. Like, I thought I was good in the first 2 years, and then I thought I was good in the next year, and the next year, and the next year. Every year I think I'm good. And then the next year I think last year's work was bad. So it's a little hard for me to say what's good. I think if I had to put a year on it, I would say my work started getting competitive around 2020, I would say even, but I started in 2014. So it was like almost, for the game that I'm making, it was almost 6 years before I was really confident. But even then, the next 6 years, I think I've gone from being someone who like has one style that I can do reasonably professionally, like 50% of the time, to someone who I think I can do pretty much anything that you need me to do at a professional standard of pixel art consistently. That took me a long time. And even when I look at my project, I think there's a lot of work here that doesn't meet my standard anymore because of not necessarily like pixel art skills, but more like level design, environment skills. Like sometimes your workflow can hold you back. So even if you could technically do better, you aren't doing better because of the way that you're putting things together. It's just like blocking your vision. And it's really hard to explain what that means, unfortunately. Outside of context. Like some of the work that I'm doing at the moment, I just put a video together where I did a time lapse of let me show you this. What the heck? What? This. So I put this together for a video like last week, and I'm almost done with the video. When I look at this, I see Fox here and I'm like, that's perfect. Like he fits. He's right there. Even the Yoshi's me, Fox is me, everything else is what was in the screenshot. I look at it and I'm like, yep. Exactly how I wanted it. No problem. I don't think I could have done that in 2018 or 2019. So I feel like maybe, yeah, like it took me like 6 years to get like pretty confident. So I think what I want to do is maybe try, if I take this away and just export this. Take this frame here, go to Retrobox. This is 96 by 96. And then just see what it looks like in the game. Yeah, dude, immediately really good. I like that a lot. As a keyframe, that's sick. I was a little worried about it, but that's amazing. Dude, that's amazing. Yeah, in a trailer. We've got to flip it though. Oh, his face doesn't look quite right. Well, you literally described what I have planned for it, so... Yeah, it needs this like topsy-turvy thing about it. It needs that. Yeah, 100%. Well, originally I had this frame. Not this. Armin dive. Armin dare. I literally called it dare, and it was this. Right, this is kind of like Link has this as well in Smash. This is down A, I guess. Where he's, is it down A? Yeah, you can pogo. And it's also the Sephiroth Hell's Gate, but I think this is better. I think this looks like it's got more commitment behind it. This is kind of like you're just stuck here and you can't, if you think about like taking this and plunging down as hard as you can, it doesn't have your whole body behind it. It's just got your upper arms. That's all you can articulate. You can't like engage more of your body to drive further down. Whereas this is his whole body is behind it. He's like, all of his weight is like, you know, driving from his shoulder. It's not perfect just yet, but it's a lot closer, I think. This is like, again, I referenced it the other day. This is Gandalf against the Balrog, you know? I'm putting literally every single thing I've got into this attack, and if it kills me, so be it. Which for a special ability is what you want. Although, I just want to make sure I've got this right. I guess that's right. So I'm going to need like a little bit of animation leading into it. So there needs to be like a startup into the loop. So the startup, we'll just do super lightweight. And I want it to be kind of like a swords facing up, and then he pivots into the fall like a big... My brain keeps saying gigadunk, gigadunk. I don't know if gigadunk is what it is. Giga dunk. That's Final Fantasy VII. What does that look like? I think gigadunk, he just does a big attack. Yeah, it's literally just... It's like Jack 2. It's like Jack from Tekken. That's not really what I was thinking of. Look at that. It's like a crown Frankenstein's monster thing. So weird. What is this move I'm thinking of? This translates into that. It might actually be from Smash Brothers. Someone maybe has a forward B that does that. Anyway, we need this to be... Let me think about it one more time. DK forward air? Oh, that's the overhead, isn't it? What I'm thinking of is more like the sword is like person is holding this, like, hang on a second. I think I need to toggle this. There we go. So person has their weapon like this, like literally a basketball dunk. And they kind of like pivot into from that to that. It's like I don't know what that is, what I'm thinking of. And then like, yeah. I'm thinking maybe we do something that's more like this. Oh, do you know what it might be? It might be, I'm thinking of Ike's Final Smash, the last hit, the Great Either. Great Either! So cool. Smash Brothers is so cool, man. Like this into that. It's such a cool game. but it's kind of facing us. So instead, it's actually kind of more like this. I'm just gonna go crazy with it. Actually, cloud might have something like this too. Oh, is it clouds? Forward air. I love Izor.
With a badass homeland tall and occasionally neutral air. Then there's cross slash to counterattack incoming aggression or anti-air short hops, which also could be done with an aggressive.
Yeah, that big oof. I think it's not this. It's not this with the sword all the way back here. I think it's more of a this with the sword forward. Could even do a little flip in the air before he drops down. I got this attack that Harriet does that I really like. Not this one. This one. That little flip. I think it just needs to be like a cool pose he does in the air before he goes down. I guess like What we could do is we could take this and go like this here. And we could, oh, let's delete that. We could take all of this away and we could just think of it from a physics perspective. I love to think this way because it helps reduce all the complexity down. So his head's going to be like generally here. That's where his head is. And the sword technically is going to start around here. So we don't have to start the sword. I mean, we could think about it as being on his back or in his hand, just materializing. It's not hugely important. But it does need to go from probably like here. No, that's too many. That it needs to sort of feel like that. It's kind of like up, down. Even from like down here, like up and then up and then up, up. Yeah. And if we think about the startup frames for this, like the backflip, wall kick, wall climb. So it's not that one, this one. So it's like do. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it comes out on frame 4. I don't know if we used that one. I guess we did. Doesn't feel like what I'm using in the game right now. I guess we are. The rotation is happening on the Z-axis. I would say, it's something like if this is a sphere, it's happening on this band there. About, if that's the point here. Yeah, like 3, 4 for what I'm trying to do for this. Maybe more than that. Maybe it's actually just on the Z-axis. I have to think about, the important thing here would be like, is there any lateral movement physically? Like, is the character moving to the left or to the right? If not, then maybe it does make sense to stop him where he is and just send him straight down. And here we're already going for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames before the hitbox, which is a lot. I think if I look at like the flame charge, that comes out on 3. And if I look at Arise, I think there's like maybe like a couple. I don't know how long it is. Let's have a look. I mean, it's kind of... Oops, I just closed the game. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's kind of on frame 2. Like it's so quick. But that's how long it takes. Tick, tick. Yeah, it's like maybe a third of a second tops before the hitbox comes out. Maybe even a fifth or a quarter. So I won't have, unless I specifically want this to be like a move that has a lot of startup, which I'm not against, just to keep the drama. We could take out this first frame. Doesn't feel that bad. Maybe if we speed it up a little. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Have you tried out Up BGE? I don't know what that is. What is that, Ryan? Yeah, that feeling of like Blender game engine. No, I haven't. I wonder if this could happen in the scene as well. Like maybe his rotation doesn't have to happen in the canvas here. Not with this setup, no. I couldn't swap the sword for something else. I mean, like, possible is whatever you want, but, like, feasible, no. It's not practical. Oh, that's so cool, if I get that right. I think I'm heading in the right direction here. Now you can see it, yeah? I mean, I wouldn't Ryan Berry jump straight to Blender, because I think like a game engine, I mean, you want to be able to use it, you know, as software and trust that it's going to do everything you need it to do. So like something that's kind of like an add-on to another program, I think is probably high risk. I don't like to do that for some reason. It's been years and I've tried it, and people have said to me like, why do you keep zooming out so much? Like, why not just have like something in the corner? For some reason, I just hate it. I think it has something to do with, I'll tell you why I don't like it. When I set up a preview, I have to significantly break my focus to appreciate this. Like, it's not enough. I can't look over here and get my bearings. I need to be looking at the exact frame. It's more like it doesn't contain the information that I need. That's literally it. Like what I need is not in that preview. Hey Naib, some guy found my game on Steam and he's offering me some marketing campaign promotion for 50 USD. He's asking for basic stuff. There's no risk to send him screenshot Steam page demo. Am I missing something? Maybe like there is a play that he's trying to make, Naib, that involves, you know, just... So he's going to pay you 50 or you're going to pay him 50? You pay him 50 and he just like does some stuff? I mean, he could probably do that with like 100 games and make $5,000. If all he's doing is just posting on Twitter and stuff. Like you might not be losing much, but you might not be getting much. Yeah, I mean, if he's going to give you an actual service, sure. I mean, if it's only $50, who cares? You're right. I think you're thinking about the right things. Like, what are you giving him? What is like, yeah, you're not like giving him access to the store page or anything. Hey, Tartar Gravy, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah. I wouldn't like... I don't know. For me, it's the kind of thing where like if I didn't need their services, if you don't need them, then they need you. Just think about it that way. They're reaching out to you because they think they can get something. Maybe it's mutual benefit, but it could also just not be. I really like this pose, but I feel like it's backwards. And I can't explain why I feel like it's backwards. I think it was... It's this, but I think the head needs to be flipped. Or maybe we need a bit of that. Maybe even like a little bit of... It just feels like he's facing the wrong way. Maybe it's this. Or even that. Ah, that fixes it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it's actually because he's not positioned where he would be. I think his head needs to be in the same spot. So when I go to here, I think what I'm missing actually is that his head needs to be like his whole body, all of everything here minus, so everything there needs to be like up here. Oops. Yeah, that's better. But maybe lower. It still doesn't feel quite right. Because his head would have been here, so yeah, it is an awkward one. Maybe also something to do with sort of showing the direction his foot should be going in. So maybe it's more like this. Just giving it some directionality of his heel, so you can sort of follow along a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. Even that, I think. And then this foot here, maybe this goes out the other way. Or is more like technically like that? Could just go away. Because technically it would be like here. I would expect that knee to be like there. But now it doesn't quite do what I wanted it to do. I think it does need to be higher up. I don't think we should see his butt. His butt is behind his head. He should be head first. I want him to be head first. Maybe I need to then make this, bring it up, just commit harder to the foreshortening. Hey, Debrisky. Hey, did we chat for a little bit outside of Couchess? Is that who I'm speaking to? And then a little bit later again? Nice to meet you. The Billy Basso talk. Do you know, I had watched, there's like a documentary online of that. I think not of that talk, but like about him. That I had enjoyed watching some time ago. And so I felt like I had probably gotten a lot out of it already. I feel like I already sort of knew a lot about his story and his approach and sort of how he got where he is. But it was cool meeting him in person. It was great to like sort of, and just to hear it from the horse's mouth a little bit better, for sure. I enjoyed it. He's a really nice guy. Is that an elbow or a leg above the sword hand? This is an elbow. It probably could be, I could probably tuck it in a little bit. Or I'd have to bring this up. And then all of this up as well. It changes it quite significantly, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, I think this is one of those things that's like Smash Brothers. Like, I don't think that the pose needs to be perfect. I just think we need to see the bits suggest, like, our brain will put a lot together because it's moving, right? So it's more about, can we get to this pose in a way that makes sense to us? So that's what I'm trying to do here. It's almost right. Although here we get a little bit too ahead of ourselves, I think. And I wonder if actually, like, from this frame here, if the arm should be more like, take the sword, rotate it like all the way down here. Take this arm. Start it in this sort of fencing pose. And then a lot of rotating here. I don't think it should be doing that. Like that. He does. He gets it from the purple round enemy. The problem here is it looks like he's about to do a complete flip. Like he's upside down, but it's not quite that, is it? I think I need the other arm in there as well, just to help me out here. I'm struggling. I did technically say the other arm in. I just meant it as two separate words. Then instead of one word, the other arm in there. Yeah, so the problem here is this leg needs to be out that way. And this can't be like that. Yeah. You know what it almost looks like? Like a an elbow drop. You know, in like wrestling. That is what it is. Look at his elbow. If you took the sword away. That makes sense. He's putting his whole elbow into it. Do you feel like animating pixel art has different rules to other kinds of 2D animation? Feels like each frame has to make sense versus squashing, stretching, and exaggerating. Do you know what? I think when it comes to pixel art animation and just pixel art in general, it forces you to think about fundamentals in a way that animating a 3D model doesn't. Because when you animate a 3D model, you have constraints that are just forced there for you, and you're just modifying those within those constraints. So, I mean, it's not that you don't have to contend with the principles, but with pixel art, you kind of have to imagine, and you're really being forced to like abide by the rules on your own like measures rather than being allowed to sit inside the guardrails. And what I think that means is, like, if you're doing like spine animation in 2D, like you take a texture and you put bones on it and you rig it and then you warp it around like this, what ends up happening is you stick to one keyframe and you modify the keyframe. But in pixel art, or just like with traditional 2D drawing, you can rotate so that now you're moving on the Z axis, right? You can do those kinds of things like I'm doing here that you wouldn't otherwise even potentially think to do if you had more constraints. Also, there are just things that in order to make that workflow work, there are prioritization exercises that you have to do with pixel art that recently I was doing I'm doing a contract job for a team who are pitching to have to build an exhibit for a museum that involves dinosaurs. And it's basically like I'm doing a lot of drawing. I'm doing viz dev, right? I'm developing an art style for what the exhibit is going to have in it. And it's, you know, there's all these constraints, like we've got projectors that are this big and the creatures need to be some size. How big should they be? How much detail should they have? How strong do the silhouettes have to be? And so I'm going through these exercises, and I noticed, like, as I'm working, there were pixel art skills that I was using that, without realizing it, apply to all art. So like when I was drawing like a T-Rex, and at a certain point, you know, I started very early on with like, okay, I'm drawing the T-Rex and I'm sketching out the parts and this and that, you know, doing this kind of thing. And by the end of it, I was like, I'm literally just going to draw like this. Like literally just like super blocky. Just thinking about like core shapes. You know, something that you could only like, it's like you could make it out of blocks, like Lego, you know? And then I was like, okay, legs doing this and then doing that. And this is kind of how I do pixel art, you know, it's not that different. So, and then I would take like a second color as I do with pixel art. And I'm like, okay, how do I block out that shape? Okay, maybe this should be a bit brighter so you can see it on the canvas, but you know, doing this kind of thing. And I'm sitting here thinking about it in a much more like, I don't know, in a way that's just much more consistent with how I do pixel art. And I think that led me to shapes that were more interesting than if I had just sketched something out as I guess I suppose I would have with like a pencil. This is more like just thinking about key shapes and trying to force, I guess, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's still constraint driven, but it's like if you only had 2 colors to use, how would you make it look like a T-Rex? You know, that's what pixel art forces you to do. It's the limitations that forces you into understanding things from a fundamentals perspective, because you only have so much space to play with. And I was really happy with what I came up with. Like, I really think I got there. I mean, I haven't been drawing dinosaurs very often in how many years, but I was able to get really confident shapes just because the constraints force you to think about things from like a pyramid top-down perspective. Like, if the silhouette lives at this level and like the color or like the shadow of the nails lives down here somewhere, you need to get this right first. And it's much easier to edit some fine detail of something when you've already established the gross, large scale stuff. You know, like if you've already solved the stuff that's the most important, you can't really break that stuff if you're working on the less important stuff. So establishing the core things first is something that you have to do, and pixel art forces you to do it. Or at least having a good pixel art workflow has forced me to learn how to do it. We're having a mix, feathered and non-feathered. Will I be able to show anything? I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't like sign an NDA or anything. It's probably not a big deal, but I'd rather not, just in case. I don't want to piss anybody off. I mean, they haven't won the job, so it's kind of like, it's just a pitch at the moment. It's a really cool pitch. I kind of hope they get it. I'm sort of a little bit, if I can be candid with you, and they might be watching, but I kind of feel like if they don't get the pitch, it will save me from having to do a ton of animating on somebody else's project in the next couple of months. Some really tough animation challenges they have ahead of them, because they are using spine or like a similar spine thing. So the idea of like not having to deal with that and just letting myself work on Insignia is a nice thing. And also, like, I needed some money, but I don't need the amount of money that they would need me, that I would be asking them for. Like, if I'm to do that job, I'm going to ask for a lot, but I don't actually need a lot. I just need enough to keep working on Insignia. So it's kind of like a bit of a, it's kind of, you know, obviously all business, you know, you have to fit inside of whatever the brief is. But if the brief was smaller, I'd be happier. But I think that if I was working with them on this, we'd get sucked into quite a lot of work, because it's a really interesting but also difficult challenge that they have ahead. So, I mean, we've got this now. This exists in the game. Let's just, maybe we could see if it works. I have a little trick here. How does this work? I think it's called play transition. So it's two animations back to back, and then loop the second one. And then the only thing I need to do is check to see if I'm using this in order to do stuff. Like, am I checking to see? I don't think I'm checking to see what animation I'm in, so I think it's fine. Oh. I also don't have this yet. This is 96 by 96. Yes. Just chuck it in. Done. Done. All right. So, plunge startup. Plunge loop. Save it. And we can test it straight away. I'm so grateful to have this pipeline at this point where I can just test things that quickly. I don't know how games get made without it. Haha. Pretty cool. Okay, definitely a lot faster, and I want to put a little bit of a hop into it. But I'll do that in, we could do it, actually, we can do it with a, not this layer, point layer, that's a velocity offset, that has a velocity curve and a track pivot on it. So we basically say, we start here, we end here. And what I want is these dots to line up with where the head moves to, or the chest, right? So from there, let's say the chest is here on this frame. The next frame, it's not up there, it's like more here. And then the next frame, it's about there. We don't need this to be so high. And then the next frame, it's higher. So maybe it's more linear. Next frame it's okay, and then down, and then there. So I don't know if this will survive. Yeah. But I think we need more velocity. And faster. Let's make that 14. And then right on this, I kind of want to drag this like way down, bring this way up. Not quite right. What I'll do instead, it might be better to localize this all. So let's say we put the head here. Yeah. Every frame I'm going to sort of drag back. So it goes from here to here. Bring this down. And then bring this down. Basically just like re-targeting everything to be in the same spot so that his head doesn't move. And then in engine, what I'll just do is assign like the same thing here, but I'll remove the track pivot. So now it's literally just his velocity offset is going to do that. Is that going to update for me? It did, but then I forgot about Armin. Go away. Okay. Cool. So now I can just take this and say, okay, like here's my velocity curve. Let's make it more vertical like that. Okay. Getting there. That's a little bit too fast. We can bring that up. Not so much. It goes quite fast at the end there, doesn't it? I hate the double hard landing. That really bothers me. Okay, maybe a little bit more height. And then a little bit less drop. More drop. Maybe a little less. It's still a bit too much, isn't it? That's pretty good, right there. Cool. And then there's a bug here, which is that when we complete, we've got this value called falling velocity, and it gets used to determine whether or not we should be doing a hard landing or not after we exit the animation. And when does this get set? Nice. Cool. And then I really like there's a person who used to watch this stream. I think they were called Faulty Functions. And they used, I don't know if they made this or used it. They used an asset. That was like a girl with a red hood. And it had this like fall animation that I really liked. Game assets. Where is there really no way to filter this? Well, a lot of people here following some Adam C. Eunice tutorials. Looks a little familiar, huh? I can't see it. It was in this kind of vein, but it was a little girl with white hair, red clothes. And I still remember the animations because I liked them so much. I thought it would have been at the top. It was really, really good from a while ago. Dude, that's crazy. Okay. Well, in any case, some of those animations were kind of like inspiration for Apollo, my character from Arrowbound. And he has an animation that's like a full animation. Not that one. So Apollo has this landing animation here. So there's like this jump, which I love. And then this super hard landing. So it's like, and he goes like fully flat and then slowly gets back up. So the idea here is I want Armin to feel like that. Anyway, the point was that itch.io animation, that itch.io character had an animation like that, which I liked quite a lot. So like from here, like what is the, you know, you really need the next keyframe to be, you know, earth shaking, body on almost the ground with an arm up on the sword. Hey, Dabrisky, that is such a great question. You're asking amazing questions. I'm glad you're here. I personally, and I know I get, actually earlier on in the stream, I was saying that I was a little bit burnt out from some negative criticism that I get. One of the things that I am very particular about when it comes to criticism or feedback for my game is when people who play the game expect it to feel like Celeste. Actually, I was at GDC last year, and we had the game on a ROG Ally, like a handheld, and we were walking around on the show floor at GDC, and there was this kind of like Saudi prince guy who was like investing in games or whatever, and he was like, "So are you a game developer?" He just like walked up to us, and I'm like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Do you have a game?" I'm like, "Yeah, here, you want to play it?" And literally the second he put it in his hands, he was mashing all the buttons, and like there was nothing. It was like the character's bedroom. It was like you were just, the game hadn't even started yet. We were just here. And he was spamming. He was, and I'm like, this game is not for you. Like you're not the target market for this game. I think some people just think gaming equals Twitch reactions equals mash buttons. Like for some people, there's like an ADD kind of like thing, and it's not a bad thing. Lots of games are like that, and I like a lot of those games. But I think that Dark Souls in 2011 changed my life by being an action game that is not responsive or snappy, but incredibly satisfying when played correctly. And it made me realize that the palette of experiences that you can have in an action game are a broad range. And what matters is that the game feels like how it's supposed to feel, not that a game feels, it's not like every car is a sports car. You know, some cars are supposed to feel like tanks. And there's a reason for that feeling. If you are, you know, if you're designing a game where you're designing a tank, it shouldn't feel like a sports car. Whereas I think a lot of people think of user experience design and game design as an exercise in convenience or titillation. You know, it's like, I need this to feel as good as it could possibly feel because that's what video games is. You know, and I think that's as when games are supposed to be more art, or if you're trying to do more with your game than just capture people's immediate sensory attention, then I think you can and probably should consider slowing things down or letting some things feel more powerful at the cost of other things in order to create anticipation, which is more important than just payoff. You know, like a giant greatsword will not feel good if it swings as fast as a dagger. And the real tragedy about that whole conversation is that actually game juice is one of the easiest things to create. So a lot of people think that they're done with game feel. They think they've solved it after they learn like literally the first thing. Like snappy is like it's kind of trivial to make something snappy. Fast animations are actually even easier to draw than slow animations. If you've ever tried to animate something, you'll know that intuitively, but it's not intuitive to someone who's more casual. And in fact, I would say that like in general, anything that takes longer and demands more attention or isn't as immediate is like probably more worth, like it's like it pays off better, but it's also harder to justify. It's harder to demand a player's attention for longer. It's hard to explain to a player why they should want for a weapon to feel slow. And by explain, I really mean sell visually. Like to sell the value of something, to make it like obvious that this is what you should want to do. Oh, I really want the big great sword because I want to swing, and yeah, I'll be at a disadvantage, but when that hit lands, like that big smash, you know. You know what? I genuinely think Dark Souls got there by virtue of having like the creator Miyamoto, like, is that no Miyamoto? What's his name? Miyazaki. Miyazaki really, I think he's just an auteur. I think they just like gave him full control over that series from like the Kingsfield days or whatever. And he just went, well, this is what I want. It wasn't even like a question. I don't think he's even got a game design background. And because he's a massive Berserk fan, I think you can also tell in that regard, like Guts carries a huge sword. And the huge sword, it's like part of the character's identity that the sword is just ridiculous. Yes, a consistency in feel. It's actually not consistency that you want. What you want, or at least what I'm aiming for, it's not fast, slow down there, fast up here. What I want is this. I want the game to feel slow at the beginning so that when it feels fast at the end, you feel so much more powerful than you did at the beginning. The player progression should open up the game in a way that gives you what you want eventually. And all I need is for the first chapter of the game to give you enough of this curve that you feel excited about where you think it's going to go. And hopefully it's something where I want to exceed your expectations a little bit. So I kind of want to play with this. That's like the flow state thing, it's like, I want you to go, oh, what if like down the line I could do this? And then like eventually you get there and it's like, oh, I can do that now. Sick. What about, your expectations go up a little bit and then they get exceeded again consistently. That's kind of like what I hope for. So when someone says that the game is clunky, but they've only played the intro, it's like, yeah, it's just hard for me to have the confidence personally to like, it takes a lot to be able to just like resist people's feedback. And like, I don't know if all of this stuff is very, it's very philosophical. I don't know if like in practice, you have to be very competent with your tools to be able to express and articulate things at that level, such that like somebody who doesn't even know anything about game design can appreciate the choices that you made. It's one thing to say, oh, it's supposed to be like blah. It's supposed to feel bad. It's like going to like a concept restaurant and then they serve you some like weird dish and you're like, but this isn't McDonald's. And they're like, it's not supposed to taste like McDonald's. And you're like, but I like McDonald's and I don't like this. If you can't actually enjoy what's put in front of you, it doesn't matter how high concept it is. If it's not fun or valuable in your eyes, it's not worth it. So, I mean, that's where you do get like niche audiences, people who like very specific things. But I hope not. I hope to not ever be the kind of guy who makes games that like only a very select group of people can appreciate. But I think for a long time, Souls games were that. Like Dark Souls was not easy to appreciate. For me, when I first played it, like I didn't like it. I thought it was like not enjoyable. It frustrated me. It frustrated me that my character was like, you would swing the sword and the sword would clank on the side of a corridor. Like the brickwork on the side wall would eat my attack. It's like, who would design a game where you press the attack button and you don't get to finish the attack because you're in too narrow of a corridor for the swing to continue? What a jerk. That doesn't feel good. Why would you make that happen? Yes, that's right, Chartle. Exactly. That's how I see it today. Today, I can look at it and understand exactly why. And here's the next thing I would say. Like, I think that Dark Souls succeeds at what it's doing because so much of what it's trying to do is in that horror space. I think horror is the most straightforward genre to communicate to a player, because it's very, very easy to speak to fear in a player. You turn all the lights off and you make the sounds spooky and you take feedback away. The more you strip away, the more tension builds. And I think players can tell when horror is happening very quickly. Yes, you can take the agency away from the player, and they appreciate that because they understand what's being presented to them. Whereas if you're trying to sell something more nuanced than that, like in mine, it's like the hero's journey. You know, there's something about like, you know, like melancholy might be a harder feeling to make a player understand from a game controls perspective, you know, or like certain like, yeah, emotional themes beyond like threat of survival, you know. Even games, I would say, like, I feel like Stardew Valley doesn't, or I don't know to what extent Stardew Valley feels like it's supposed to feel. I feel like there's a bit of a clash in that game between like how it presents itself and what it is. And I think people at a certain point will just appreciate, if your game has enough cool stuff going for it, they'll just appreciate it for what it is. But I think it's certainly possible that that game was supposed to be relaxing, and it actually can be very stressful. I found Stardew Valley really stressful the first time I played it. As soon as I realized that the seasons were changing faster than I could do the quests, I was like, hang on a second, this is not chill. I'm running out of time. If I plant my cabbages today, they're going to run out of time before the season changes in 8 days, but I need 9 days to plant the cabbages and have them grow. I'm not going to make any money. You know, it starts becoming something stressful. So then the question becomes like, well, was that part of the intention? You know, did Concerned Ape want us to feel that way? Is the game trying to convince you that actually you should let go? You shouldn't try to beat the seasons. Just let it be. Just let it ride, man. Just chill out. Like maybe that's what it is trying to say. But like hard lessons is, I guess, what we're describing here. Hard lessons it's really hard to explain to the player that you want them to feel bad for now. You know, if it's not the whole vibe of the game for it to feel bad, just trying to explain to them that like this bad feeling is just for now because I want to condition you to feel something else later. That's difficult. And probably also like a sign of like, I think it requires real mastery to do that. I don't know if I'm there with Insignia. Probably am not there. I certainly wasn't there prior to like, I don't know, any time before this year. If I'm there now, it's not. You know what? I don't even think I'm there now. I don't think Insignia feels like the game that I want it to feel like yet. But I feel like it's on the path to feeling like the game that I want it to feel like, if that makes sense. Like more than ever before, it's got the best chance possible. I'm building a falling sand engine for game creation and have a sprite creation tool like this in it. Are there any tools or features you used in these editors that you would really love or have wanted? You mean like, what is dev follow-up? I don't want that. You mean like a tool that I need? I usually build all the tools that I need inside of the engine. So there's Unity, and then there's this. I built this. And this, like, I built that. And then like this, I built this. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of tools that I would like, but I usually build them. That was pretty good. Yeah. I can feel him, like, I can feel it. I think it's going to work. And ultimately, like, that is like this whole medium, the whole point of games is to be able to express yourself. You know, like, it's one thing, there's so much education that you have to do at the beginning where you're like learning how to make stuff happen. And then you start putting it in front of players and you realize that you're so far off anything feeling good that like it feels almost impossible to make something that's good. And then like eventually you end up starting to put things together that are actually fun for other people to play. And eventually you get this, like, you know, what I think I'm heading towards now, I can feel it. A level of just confidence that, like, if I do this, it's going to feel like that. Like, today, all these animation frames, I just winged it about how many frames to put in there. Because I've been making these, I've done thousands of these at this point. I think you misunderstood. Are there any tools or features you've used in these editors that you would really love or have wanted? I mean, I don't know what I misunderstood about that. Sorry, Blaghost. Oh, a sprite. This one. I've pretty much got what I need. I love being able to do find and replace color. So like being able to do, sorry, I think I'm understanding now. I think I get it. I love being able to do this. Okay, here's a shape. Pick these two colors. Draw that color within that color. So it's a find and replace. It finds red, replaces with dark red. And I use it for like shading. So I'll draw like character, chest, legs. And I can just go boom, boom. And now you get shadows that make sense. You can see the depth of the character. I just did 2 strokes. There you go. That's my favorite tool. Okay. I didn't realize you made your own tools. What was the learning curve like after hitting limitations in the engine? There were some things that I knew I wanted to build. Actually, when I was starting game dev, it was 2016. I had done some Unity stuff before, but I didn't really... There were some parts of the engine... Let me reset. I'm a very intolerant person when it comes to software. If I have an expectation that a thing should work a certain way because I have a need that's not being filled, I get extremely upset. So like an example would be, there's an editor, a sprite editor. I can't remember what it's called. And I think it's called not Pixel Edit. There's another one out there. And you can't do this. There's no marquee tool where you can just like grab a selection of pixels and move them. Like that to me is it's the most intuitive thing, the most basic thing I could ever want to do outside of just like drawing or like a specific key that is the drawing tool and then just drawing onto the thing. That editor is ProMotion, I think it's called. It's like it has all these random draw modes that you have to choose between before you can draw anything. So you have to like engage with interface and like the state of the tool before you can make anything in the canvas. It's super awkward. Anyway, when Unity wasn't doing that for me, that was the instinct. But before that, when I just started using Unity, there was a guy I used to work with named Casper. And Casper, he had been working on an adventure game, like a point and click adventure, and he had built his own tools for cut characters in cutscenes. So that was the basis of like this tool that I built was like based on seeing him create a little editor like this with the text boxes and the characters, and he had like actions here as well, and I built it that way. And then later on, for example, I realized, oh, I don't want the whole thing to be linear like this. Sometimes I want 2 things to be happening simultaneously. Like someone stops talking and then 2 people walk away from each other. How would I do that in a linear sequence when it's going like A, B, C? What do I have to do? A, and then A continues but cancels, and then B starts in quick succession, but it's not represented by time here because they're linear and they don't have any sort of like length. So then I went into the timeline editor and started working on that too. And now I have like the ability to do lots of different channels and things happening simultaneously and blah, blah, blah. So most of the time that starts with, I'm the kind of person that gets very excited about building new things. I have that engineering itch. So for me, it's almost like the opposite. It's like I have to stop myself from doing this. When I have a task where I have some friction, sometimes I have to think like, is this friction I feel just me needing to learn something and just use a workflow inside of what I already have, or is it time to invent a new tool? Which can be hard for me. But, you know, that's life. It's a little bit of, with Unity programming, it's a little bit, you have to invest a lot before you can get something out. But it's like that with anything, I guess, learning a new language or anything like that. Like I want to learn Godot, and I literally started working on a new project in Godot. I say that differently every time. Every new sentence I say Godot with a different pronunciation. So I was working in Godot and I was like, immediately I felt like I need my Unity tools. I can't work without my tools. And if I was to rebuild those tools, that would take a lot of time. So I kind of just like, I almost can't work in Godot, even though I am comfortable with the language, even though I'm pretty okay with like working in it. All of the higher order tools that I have that let me do like, and I suppose workflows as well, that let me do what I really want to do, those are now like outside of, like I don't have access to them unless I rebuild them. Maybe I need to think a little bit more about like how I want to make games or something. There's a degree to which I think like a lot of people, you know, you know what it was? You asked about Billy Basso. Billy Basso had a he built his own level editor. Okay. And in the level editor, he's got this grid like this. And I watched him, there was a GIF that he put up where he was literally just clicking and dragging these around. Now, that's super, super powerful. And given that he wrote Animal well in C++ or whatever from scratch, the engine features only do what the game needs. That's really cool, because for me to build scene graph, which is sure a much more like pretty version of that, it looks very robust and cool and whatever, like a real tool that you could buy or download. It's not really set up the way that it's not as lean as the Animal Well editor. And actually, I've been thinking about the fact that like all of Insignia, not just the map editor, but like even the scenes themselves have a lot of baggage that comes from the fact that Unity wants me to build games a certain way. Unity wants you to build, every level is a scene and you have scene files and blah, 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 blah. In fact, Unity is extremely bloated. I think the only thing is, if you were to try to make a Unity game outside of Unity, you'd have to rebuild Unity. Like if I didn't want the scene editor part, but I still wanted the physics, you could probably you could do it, but it's like, why use Unity at that point? Why not just use frameworks and libraries with on top of just like some random language? It's a real catch-22, I think. And I'd never really appreciated how much of a delta there was between like a roll your own situation versus this. And I know if I was doing it exactly, if I was doing this game without an engine, there would be probably hundreds of problems that Unity has solved for me. Hundreds. There would be all the physics, not just the motion, but the collision detection and resolution. There would be raycasts. There would be the Fmod middleware. There would be all of the obviously game objects and transforms. I mean, it's like all the porting and the little editors that it's got, the animation curve editor. There's like literally there would be hundreds of things. Rendering, right? The graphics pipeline, lighting if I want it. There's just so much stuff that I take for granted. So, yeah. I think I'd really have to spend like maybe 6 months to a year ahead of a project that I wanted to spend a year plus on to transition fully over to Godot at this point. I'd have to like think about, okay, what does the game need? What kinds of editors do I need? What kinds of features? Do I get them in Godot? Okay, learn how to do them in Godot, otherwise build them myself. There'd be like a big shift. But I have done like, I built my own state machine system that I use in Unity. I built that in Godot. Maybe not a year, maybe like a couple weeks at least. I haven't done any editors though. I've brought systems over. I haven't built any editors. I don't know. Yeah. Godot is good for 2D. That's right. Yeah. You kind of can't really win, I think, with this stuff. Like, one way or another, you're either going to waste time by building the kitchen sink, or you're going to waste resources by having the kitchen sink when you don't need it. Oh, is it? It's day one of GodotCon. All right, I'm going to take a break, and then we've got music meeting. I'll be back in a little bit. Yo, we're back. Welcome, Bibbo James. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mm. Yo, we got music meeting. Do. Replace all the last night's style. We'll talk about that after the meeting for sure. Do. It's time for. I said it's time for music review. Hello. She's not here yet. One sec. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
All right. I feel like I crashed a bit after alt, to be honest.
Really?
Monday and Tuesday were like, yeah, I don't know. I didn't expect to be so tired after, but it was a full-on weekend, so
It was a big weekend, yeah.
yeah.
Did you stick around on Sunday afternoon? There was like a few went to the pub. I don't know if I saw you there, but I can't remember.
No, I went home. I was
okay.
done.
Cool.
How was it? Did many people stick around?
Yeah, there was actually a pretty reasonable turnout, maybe like 20 people, and some of the like talent from some of the speakers were there.
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't. Me and Kwa.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kwa and I were like starving, and they weren't opening the kitchen for like another hour, so we went and got Indian food, and then I had to leave when we came back, so I didn't get to stick around long. But yeah, it was a really good weekend. I also felt a little bit burnt out afterward too. For me, more emotionally than physically, but yeah.
Yeah, same actually. Yeah.
It's a lot to like be in an environment where like so many people are doing similar things, but also like different things. And I don't know, for me, I find myself caught between like feeling really excited and proud of everybody and then like also wanting to contribute more or to like be more involved.
Mm.
Anyway, shall we talk about music today?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you want to give me an update on where we're at?
Yep. So the Heron Underground track is now 3 minutes, I believe, maybe a bit over 3 minutes.
Sounds good.
And yeah, I'm really interested to hear what you think of the back half now. I almost feel better about some of the back half than now some of the front half, which is funny.
Really?
But I
That's
don't
exciting.
but I think there's one part that I'm not sure if it's too active. But anyway, I'll just let you listen and hear what you think.
Fun. Okay. Let me turn the volume up for all of the viewers in the chat and we'll away we go. Wow. Wow. So, first thoughts as a standalone piece, that's fantastic. That's it's got such a it does not feel like 3 minutes. It feels really good. Kind of just yeah, and it moves so consistently throughout. I really like it as a track. For where we're putting it, I think that there is a spot maybe in that 3/4 mark where it kind of is pushing really hard to tell a story that might not be easy to match up with the gameplay, because it sort of really builds. So if the player happens to be in like a down moment where they've cleared out a room and they're just sort of stuck on a jump or something like that, it may feel like the game is building to something that it's not. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I wouldn't change it just yet because it's in a really good spot. So yeah, I would say let's leave it as is for now and just see if that concern of mine actually bears out. Otherwise, yeah, God, that was fantastic.
Thanks. Yeah, that was my concern as well. Just like the way that the momentum builds
Yeah,
feels like a story beat or something
yeah.
rather than just a background track. So
I could feel you starting to get into a rhythm with it, and
mm,
if I was in your position, I'd probably be doing the same thing. If you were onto it, onto a lead, and you felt like it was building naturally, then yeah, I understand how you got there. Cool.
yeah, cool.
All right. Well, let's leave this where it is and move on to the next one.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll keep going through that list.
Nice. Yeah. So where were we? We are at the Fate. Is that the one that this is the next red, I guess?
Yeah, I guess if we're going down.
Do you have
Yeah.
a preference about where you want to work next? Is the Hunden theme or the dream sequence a
Um,
bigger draw for you?
I think the Fate one is probably the most straightforward.
Yeah.
The Hunden, I'm still not sure if we have a place in the game that we're imagining that could go. So I think that's a bit hard to.
I think we currently play it in the scene at the church. Or do we? What do we play there?
Well, I think we had it in the cutscene with Rekka and Kerr
Yeah.
originally, and then when you change the backgrounds, I don't think it triggers anymore.
Oh.
And it's a bit, well, or maybe I don't know, maybe just for me, but I don't know. It might be a bit jarring going between the Ridgelands and that. I don't know.
That's a fair point. Let me think about it. Certainly, I think the track that's there right now, it is it's a very like clear kind of statement piece. It's not trying to mold to where it's being used. It's sort of almost like an anthem. And I think that that's probably what it needs to be. Because I think if we try to mold it too closely to a specific scene, then it won't fit for other places we might want to use it. So
Okay.
I don't think there's much else that we would want to do there. I'm happy for it to, like, I know it might be a bit bombastic for that scene at the church. Maybe if towards the back end of the project, we're looking at all of the game, and we're sort of scrubbing through the scenes and going, this feels a bit out of place. Maybe by then we will have had some other track that's a bit more clandestine, that still has a villainous aspect to it that we would want to put there or something like that. But I think for now, I think I still want this track as it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think
Yeah, I
about.
can just extend it then. Like I think I have some ideas. If I just take it as is, then like build on the character that's already there.
Mm-hmm.
Would be doable.
Yeah, maybe we should just have a listen to it now, if that helps bring us back to the context. Is it all the way over here? This one?
I think it's maybe.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
Yeah.
So there was a version of this that had a bit more of an intro on it, I think, originally. Maybe it's this.
I don't know if the one that's in the F mod is in the Figma.
I think this sounds like what we've got
Yeah?
in the game, I think. I think if you have something that's like got the intro of this one, but then has the melody of this one, I think that's getting pretty close to what I would expect, at least for the beginning. And I think that the way that it builds, because it has a bit of an intro on it, I think it's fine. Like I wouldn't be too worried about the tonal shift. It's very common in like older RPGs for music to swing pretty wildly, even within one scene. Like it's just the way these things kind of go. It's not it wouldn't feel too out of place in a video game. In a movie maybe, but in a game, moving musical contexts, like if characters sort of like have a scene and they disappear and the scene fades to black and fades back into the same level, and then the music changes, that's fine. It's no big deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might do I think I'll start with the Fate next.
Sure. Yeah, the Fates. I think you were doing a really good job of that one, and it's really just give it a little bit more, just to round it off. I think that's fine.
Cool.
Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks for joining me, and I'll catch you on Monday maybe.
All right. See ya.
All right. See ya. I gotta do that, and then there it is. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. Dude, that track was so good. That was so good. Yeah. Morgan, she's really got some chops. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to make this level meet that intensity. I like it. It makes me want to. But like I got to step up. Maybe we could split it into like an A part and a B part. There's a section here where I was thinking maybe like we could have rising acid kind of like force us to the boss room. If we were to do that, then maybe it works that way. In any case, let's keep doing this little task. I just need this to go. We need to go a bit faster now. So I'm sort of trying to. I don't like that. That'll do. Is it a good idea to just placeholder assets while making your game and work on art in the meantime, until my pixel art becomes acceptable in my eyes at least? Yes, I think placeholder is really good. You should use placeholders all the time. As much as you can. Because there'll be things that you'll learn about what the art needs to be from inside the game when you're playtesting them. Like right now. Like that's pretty good. I think I can deal with that. So we need a hitbox on this. Ah, that's right. Any thoughts? C69 says, any thoughts on the replaced or last night's art style and or how you may incorporate some of their techniques into your pixel art in the future? Honestly, I really like their art, but I don't feel personally like it would... I don't think that it would add much for me to my game to be following what they're trying to do. I just have a sense that it's not for my game, there's just not that much that I can gain doing those mixed 3D 2D aspects. Maybe some camera related stuff for sure. But those techniques are like, it's very specific to the, you know, what they're making, right? They're such niche niche art styles. It's very modern too. It's almost closer to a 3D pipeline. In terms of asset use and placement. I think I almost want these two frames here. I don't think I'm getting much out of them. I might even be able to swap them. Sweet. Okay. So, coming back to where we were, like literally 2 days ago. Now it's time to ask the question, how do we... what do we want to use this move to do? So I have ideas. We've talked about... I bolded the ones that I liked. So Carnival Hammer, force underground enemies to the surface, loosen an object clinging to the ceiling below us, pull weight down, bounce on buoyant things. Does Morgan use FL Studio? I don't think so. I think she uses... Oh, I don't know what she uses. She has a Mac. I think she uses Logic. But it might not be Logic. So what we could do is have like a big hitbox here. That knocks enemies upwards. What? That was pretty cool. That's a bit cheap. It's pretty cool. Oof. Hey, Lathe. So now let's do. I kind of want to duplicate this script. Because I think I can use it twice in 2 different contexts. And then this one, all of the bounce stuff I can just chuck away. Ugh. Oops. Nope. There we go. The 1,000-Year Door. Is that the one on the Wii? GameCube. I don't think I have. What's the one on the Wii called? Because I've played that one. Super Paper Mario. Got it. Yeah, no, I haven't played the first one. It is cool, isn't it? What I'm trying to get at that I'm missing, I think, is this: when we land, there's like it can knock them into the air. I'm not sure what I'm doing to miss that. Oh, that worked. That's just 20 damage. I think because they're knocked down. Yeah, well, thanks for the follow. Yeah, but then that didn't happen either. If I miss him, it's fine. I'm wondering if I need a grounded startup. That's just... Or if it should just send you into the air if you're on the ground. There you go, that worked. I still want that grounded attack to knock them into the air, even if they're knocked down. Well, it's got a hurt box. So... it could be that this is like that. No, it very clearly did not process the hit at all. It hit him there, and then when he landed, it did not hit anymore. Hey Universal, how's it going? Yeah, it didn't even register the hit. That time it did. That time it did not. Six more for the 100. That's crazy. 100 months. Yo, is that Bubsy the Bobcat? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got frames on all of this space. Is that Ziz? Jesus. And then what about this one? This is also called Martin Hurt. That's sound. So then why isn't it registering a hit? You know what it could be? It could be that the on-trigger collider isn't working because it's technically the same collider on the way down. So this collider here that Armin is about to spit out, check this out. This is his hitbox, right? This is the collider for the hitbox. Okay. On this frame, that's the hitbox. So he should collide with him on this frame. Okay. The next frame, when he lands, this is technically the same hitbox, but now it's being reappropriated to here. So what that means is if you've gone from having a hitbox to a new animation sheet with a different hitbox, my game recycles the colliders. And so this collider never uncollided with the enemy. It is still colliding with the enemy. Therefore, it's not going to throw an on-trigger enter on this frame, on any frame. It'll never throw it. And that's what I'm using to determine. Yes, I need to turn the collider on and off. But the question is, do I need to turn it off for an entire frame, or can I turn it off and on in one line of code? like so like I can say call.enabled equals false. The question is this enabled? It is. It is. It's a function. It's not just a Boolean. Okay. Well, there you go. That might have just solved. Nope. Nope. So it worked that time, but not that time. We could do an on-stay check to see if any of the properties had changed. Let's ask Jippity. Yeah, it needs to span at least one fixed update, as far as I understand. Or at least that's what GPT thinks. And I don't trust this, unfortunately. Not one bit. Because what happens if we, within the span of one fixed update, decide that we want to disable the object, one coroutine later, it's going to enable the object, even though it's supposed to be deleted. So we're going to have hitboxes sticking around when they shouldn't be. Yeah, but it's not even that. Could you do a check when you repurpose the hitbox? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Does the object that has the trigger 2D have a rigid body? Because if it does, the contacts will live on in the rigid body, which is why they stick around. I believe they do have I mean, I expect that they do, because I think I have different rigid bodies for every kind of hitbox I've got. Well, yeah, I mean, my main character has the rigid body at the top of them. So yes, not on the same game object, but on the same tree. I could make a new hitbox. I did have a little system. I could make it so that if it's already enabled, make a new one. Oh, this is some ugly code. What the heck? What the heck? Look at this monster. And actually, I've refactored this a couple times already. Wow. For each element, sure. So, this instantiates an existing hitbox. It's literally this right here. It's this info equals null. So info equals layer object get child index, where it has a collider info on it. If info dot col dot enabled info equals null. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Not quite. Not quite. Info.col.enabled is false here. So I am disabling any colliders yeah, this is a bit annoying. Maybe we should be disabling all colliders all the time when there's a new frame. No. No, because the whole point would be to keep them around. This is tough. I don't want to make another assumption in my code. The assumption would be that I can handle one frame, one physics step. I could probably do something here where there you go. We can try that. No. Very annoying. We should make sure that it's actually flickering first. There's the hit. I didn't see it flicker. It's there. Hello. I'm a little concerned here about set frame. It's not really, how is that changing anything? Well, only 49 references. Nowhere where it actually disables it. Interesting. Setup doesn't get enabled every frame. Setup only gets enabled when we add a new hitbox. Or when we instantiate the hitbox, which comes from here. I'm not sure that's right. Oh no, I can't kill him. I might be an idiot. Oh, I see. That code that I changed is actually really important. I don't understand how that's even physically possible. For this line here to be so valuable. But we must be using it. So now I'm trying to understand when do we determine the size of the hitbox? Here, there, set collider properties. Okay, so when do we set this? Do we get a collider info here? No. I see. Here we're setting up the properties of the collider. Here we're just assigning the frame, we're just telling it. So if I say like that every time, all right, let's watch it. On. It never got disabled. Unless, actually, do you know what? When you're stepping through it like this, it might not be obvious. Because I think it does a physics frame for every graphics frame. No. Hit and then straight on. It was enabled already. What the heck? Tongue attack. What do you mean? It makes sense. Nice, that's 2. Nice, that's 2. Hang on, did we solve it? I just needed a recompile. It's on. But it's flashing a lot, and I don't like that. I have a feeling it's like doing the attacks multiple times. I mean, so far it's not a problem. Sad. How would you have it be a tech? Isn't teching in Smash Brothers the defender who techs? Ooh, that's gonna work. That was so cool. What does it mean? What do you mean by the, like a tech in that case? It does have a shockwave. It's just not visual. I haven't got there yet. But yeah, it's technically doing a shockwave. I'll show you what it's doing. Yeah, I'm not sure what we would do though. I could just, right now, I think I'll just knock this down to like 4. Maybe even... It's doing a lot of importing. Yeah, I'm nerfing the bounce. We could do something like make the bounce height inversely proportional to the start height of your jump, relative to how far you fell. Ouch. Oh my gosh. Hey, Booyah. Welcome. There we go. Fix that. Oh. I think we just... Yeah, I'm hitting him with the collided, the grounded bit. That's what I was worried about. I think it's this. We can try that. Just forcing it, saying, hey, if we're not playing this sheet, don't turn on. There we go, that's better. Oh, now he's missing. Oh, that sucks. Hang on. What did we break here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hmm. Damn it. There was something that we removed earlier. It is here. Hmm. This will kind of work, but it's really ugly. I'm trying to understand what it is about the system it must be this erroneously collider info waiting to enable when we set frame. Must be this. There's an assumption here that the collider is supposed to be true. But what if it wasn't supposed to be true in the first place? Now every time we set frame, we're turning it on again, even if it's not supposed to be on. I think I want to retry it. All right. So this will work as expected now, hopefully. Wait a second, what? Remember when I used to spend like 2 weeks fixing a bug instead of making the game? It just had to be that way at the time. Okay. Okay, yeah, we won't get the second hit. Okay, that's fine. So, now, on collider info, we've got public void enable collider, or just like all right, let's try that. So then we've got that, and then inside of whoops. Any bugs that became features. One of the biggest things in the game that wasn't really a bug. I mean, it was kind of intentional. But the idea that, like, I'll show you this thing. I show this a lot. This is kind of like where the game's real like idea came from, like the core identity of the game. Yeah. Like I knew that I wanted a combo system, and I knew that I wanted it to be like Kingdom Hearts, where in Kingdom Hearts, if you hit something, you get to hit again in the air. So you get to extend air combos. It's a fighting game thing. But for me, the idea that if you touch a wall, you reset that combo counter. So the idea of like being able to chain jumps was like this really, really kind of like big moment for me, where I was like, you could do platforming and fighting in the same moment here. And at the time, there was just nothing about this that gelled with how the game was working. So it was really hacked together. But eventually figuring out how do I make those puzzles actually work? Like I had like spider, 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 you know, wall, wall. You know, spider, 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 or whatever. This was so picky. If you hit it too early, you miss and you fall. If you hit it too late, you know, you miss and you fall. Or you hit the first one and you miss the second one. It's so fiddly. Then I made it so that the spiders, later on in like 2018, that the spiders propel you towards the next one. So if you hit the spider, you'll immediately go further. And then within that same year, I made it so that hitting a spider teleported you to the position of the spider and then propelled you forward. So it sort of made it so that if you hit the spider, if you're standing here and the bottom of your hitbox hits it, or here and the top of your hitbox hits it, no matter what, you're going to go from here forward, which was like necessary. Then I was like, I can't make puzzles out of this because it's just a one note thing. You just hit the first one, it becomes a Donkey Kong barrel situation. So then I was like, what if this thing where hitting a spider sends you in a direction is something where you take it with you. Hitting a spider gives you the ability to go in a direction. That's kind of how I got to where I am now over like 5 years of like, okay, there are abilities that send you in cardinal directions and you defeat enemies to get those abilities and you can chain them together and they go a set distance and they're like very specific. So that's how we got where we are. So this needs to be not collider, it needs to be collider info. All of this. Now, how hard does that make my life? I can see a lot of .col being removed, which is good. Does my game still work? My game? Oh no. Oh, that makes my life really hard, doesn't it? Wait, it's fixed. Alrighty. Kind of going by the seat of our pants here. Well, yeah, the spiders were just going to be annoying spiders. I'm so close here. I'm so close. All right. Come on. But it didn't wait a frame. It enabled it immediately. No, it's not. I don't think it is waiting a physics frame. It's not even trying to disable the collider. That's the problem. So what we want to do is, I think when we end an animation or start a new one, clear all of the colliders. Particularly like attack colliders. They just, if they're not being played on the screen right now, they should just be gone. So if I go hitbox manager and I go initialize, maybe this. We're not already doing it, I'm sure. There's this, but I think honestly we could just do it. Nice. That's good. Damn it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it goes away. Good. Yeah, empty, visible. It is waiting a physics frame now. That's great. We fixed it. Now, I don't know what kinds of things that's going to screw up for us. Who knows? But it's big. Cool. All right. I wonder how many bugs I've just created. Changing global stuff like that, it's terrifying. That should not be possible. not supposed to happen. Pressure is disabled. What the heck? It still did it. Which means it still did this. Pardon me, which means it still did this. I mean, everything seems to be working as expected. Okay. I guess I'll just keep that as it is. Cool. Okay. Well, that's a pretty big change that I just made. And I made it in service of like a very specific thing that I was doing. I'm happy that I did it because it's going to make anything like this a bit more effective down the road. I mean, being able to do that is really important. So I'm glad that's like that. We don't want this enemy here. You can go away. All right. So what's next? I guess, well, we've got this knocks enemies into the air. That's done. I had a to-do list here. So knocks enemies into the air should be one of these things. Force underground enemies to the surface. Ooh, I don't have that yet, but let's see if that works already against the mole. That'd be sick if if that already worked. Not this scene. This scene. I need a slam shell here. No. Alrighty. So, how does the mole work? Pretty sure it has no hitbox when it's underground. Might as well give it one. I don't think it's going to hurt anything for it to have one, as long as it's sort of pretty below ground. I mean, if you stab down in there, why not? Sometimes I think, like, if something's too easy for me to do, I think, like, how easy would it be for my wife to do it? If the answer is, like, not that easy, then I let it stay in there. That's pretty good. Right? I like that. Yay. All right, the next one would be bounce on buoyant things. That means that what I'm expecting, I think what I'm going to have to do there is when I get this ability, hey Mad, how's it going? So here, when I do that, there might have to be a frame where he holds it like that. It's like, dsh. For like a period of time. Hey, Mystic. Hola. Pals, I gotta go. It's time. Time for bed. Boa noite. Alrighty, before we go, of course, you can wishlist Insignia on Steam right now if you're interested in supporting what I do. This is my game. Please wishlist. There's a demo you can play as well. it's like a long demo. It's a good one, very healthy size demo. So please do check it out. And yeah, let's raid. Thanks everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.